here. Action. Good morning. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. It's 0800 Central Standard Time. Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025. My, how time passes fast when you're having fun. Stand by 1 minute. I gotta kill the speakers here. And there we go. All right, so this is my personal trading journal, virtual trading journal. I do this because I don't multitask very well. I believe journaling is really important. And so I am capture everything I see on the video. And then my voiceover gives insight as to what I was thinking. It relieves me from having to screen snap and type and do all those journaling things. Also, by streaming to YouTube, it provides 100% transparency and accountability. I take no trades off the stream on this account. And that's why the stream is so long. I start now at 8 o'clock in the mornings. And I go through until the cash close at 1500, thereabout. So that's the point there. Now let's go straight on into the numbers. Oh, by the way, and any times that are referred to or that are visible on my charts are Central Standard Time. I'm not monetized for this stream in any way, so likes and subs is great, and drop something in the chat to say hi so I can see who's around and pick up some names, etc. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here. So read through that. Yeah, I guess that's about up to date. So the numbers, first of all, this is IRT. That's my charting package. And this is Bookmap, which is where I execute. Sorry, my throat is acting up. This is Financial Juice. And this is investing.com. You can see that it's very, very limited. We have essentially no news today through the close. With 3-year auction is something that I would definitely want to watch. Consumer inflation also at 10 o'clock, but it's only a 2-star. Important stuff here, I think, is right at the bottom. U.S. reciprocal tariff deadline. Now, I won't make any comments about what I think about all of that, but I would say that there's a high likelihood that we will have some comments or some unplanned tweets or whatever that will be market moving. There's a cabinet meeting at 10. You saw the reaction yesterday when it was announced that they were going to slap a big tariffs on Japan, and the market just completely fell out of bed. So I would be ready for the ever-present risk of an unexpected news blurb of some sort that will disrupt the auction. That's about all I know how to say politely. So on the looking at the overnight here on the bigger scale, this is the first of all, these are the minis. This is the ES, the NQ. This is the ES mini micro composite chart and the market profile. I also track the micros. That's of interest. Same exact setup. So here we are. This is the full session chart starting at spotting at 1700 last night. So this is, if I can get it over there, here is yesterday's RTH session, and here's last night's ETH session. After the open, I'll change this to the full the day session only, just for a couple of reasons I'll explain when I get around to doing that. And it'll look like that. So we'll stick with the overnight so far. Well, what have we got going on so far here? And then this, of course, is the NQ. Similarly, the micro composite chart is nothing magical or mysterious. It is a RTH session only, daily bars, and wherever price overlaps, or daily candles, I should say, wherever price overlaps, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them, creating then the micro composite volume profile, which by nature generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, and the rest of the stuff, you know, the value area and high and low and those kind of things. But the primary things that I'm looking for here is the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, based on this current micro composite volume profile, and the POC, and of course the high and the all-time high. This is the all-time high for this for the ES on this adjusted contract, and it was put in on the 3rd of July. Abbreviated session in the morning. Typically, I would never keep that data in the system. I scrub it the holidays, but this was an all-time high, so I've left it in there. Whether that's, you know, good or bad, I don't know. And this is a micro composite volume profile for the entire data set going back to September 2nd, 2021. This is black profile. All right. So there we have all of that. Now the red and green lines, high and low volume nodes, are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. Here's an expected move to the upside, an expected move to the downside, based on the implied volatility from the options world. You can see how very likely we're gonna, it works out pretty well. It's amazing. So back to Bookmap then. This is my micro composite column where I manually enter micro composite high, low, naked volume points of control, which I guess I could have pointed out over here on the micro composite chart are here. These are all the naked volume points of control back for as far as you want to go. I keep them, I have this toggle button, so, you know, it's a little easier to read under normal circumstances. That goes here. The POC, the high, the low, the all-time high, all of those things are manually input here by me. These are the high and low volume nodes, which come from the micro composite current volume profile and are pushed automatically. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. This is the RTH volume profile, which will be reset this morning at 0830. It's been automatic for years, and all of a sudden it automatic doesn't want to work anymore. So I'm struggling with figuring that one out. But anyway, I'll reset it manually if it doesn't do it on its own. And then I'll bitch and moan about it a bunch, and, you know, usual. This is my notes column, which is pretty important to me for various reasons, which I'll explain. The first thing I do is set the column title to the open type for this day. And the way that is determined is very, very simple. If we were to open right now, the price is here at 83.75. Where is the open of today's RTH session as it relates to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range? Well, we're higher than the close and we're in range. higher in range. There you are. That was the secret sauce. Now, it's obviously not difficult, and it's everything that, well, I don't know if I should say that, but everything I'm aware of to do with trading is straightforward math, statistics. Nothing is magic, secret sauce, or any of this crap that you're told by all the internet gurus and people that probably can't trade their way out of a wet paper sack. But, they're trying to sell you something. Anyway, so I want to keep reinforcing that because it's not daunting. It's just, now, the vocabulary, the terms, yeah, maybe they're confusing. Here's a perfect example. The IBL, the IB low, the initial balance high and low. Well, what does that really mean? It is just an old acronym from the market profile days, meaning the initial balance, and it's nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. POC, what's that? Just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. It's called the volume point of control, meaning that's the price where the most contracts have traded. That's all. And so just don't be daunted by these things. That's really important. And it helps you analyze and think clearly about the important stuff, which is, structured trades, entries, all that stuff. Anyway, here then are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. The open type will dictate the statistics will apply today associated with these prices. And I'll show you that in a minute. Now, I've talked a little bit about the price levels already, which are over here, and they are nothing magic. There is a VWAP for both Globex and regular trading session. There's a POC for both. The POC for the RTH is a brighter yellow and a dimmer or more muted yellow for the full session. And there is a mid for the RTH session only. And I think I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Whoa. This thing got a mute. This mixer's got a mute button, or you guys all be deaf. All right, so that's all there is to it. Now, these gradations, which I have very, very minimally, represent the resting liquidity in the book. Here's 182 contracts. What rating it laying here at 67.5, and that's how it shows in the heat map. The heat map is kind of handy because you can see when liquidity comes into or leaves, in this case, the book, right? So right over here at 85, we had liquidity come in at 1913 last night, which is 7:30 p.m., or 7:13 p.m., and it lifted off or was traded out at 2:43 this morning, London, right? We can see exactly where what that was and where it lifted off and was it traded out or not. So that's kind of handy. That's good information. A bit of a workflow about what I do in these columns, particularly here in the micro composite. If it's an active column, an active flag, let's find one. Right here, the POC. The text is red or bright color. I change the text to black if it's been revisited, and then on the weekends I take them off. Like this is a naked volume point of control from the 19th of February, 2025. That's been traded over now. I'll take that off this weekend. Here was the gap low and the gap high from the 2nd and the 3rd, which we traded through yesterday. Boom. And somewhere around here, up at 35, there's the all-time high. Put in on the 3rd. Here's a naked volume point of control from the 3rd. There you are. It's real simple. It's not complicated in any way. So let's look at the let's look at the statistics now. So this is the statistics study by IRT. There are only 4 open types: gap up, gap down, and the insides. Here we are with higher in range, right? The statistics looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range 603 of them. Of these 603 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 506 times for 83.9%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.9. Boop. That's it. That is all there is to the whole statistics based on price levels, the way they're used by myself and TLab and some others. That's it. Now, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand or targets. They're suggested. They are statistics. They're probabilities of 2,000 previous days. And here's something that's really important. You hear this every day, and you probably pay no attention to it. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That's probably one of the most important things anybody ever says to you about trading, because it defines specifically and accurately the concept of statistics. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50, no matter what happened historically for 10,000 years. The outcome of the next trade in a binary environment, which trading is, it can only go up and it can only go down. Time gives it a horizontal movement, which we put on the market. The market doesn't care. That's really important to take on board. So, in any case, what I will do now is just go down these numbers. So there's our 83.9. Next one is the overnight mid, which is 77.4. And the overnight mid is right somewhere. It's the yellow guy right there, probably. No, that's there it is. 77.4. I'm going to do one of the IBs here for you so you can show you what I do with that one. The overnight high is 75.3. The IB high is 68.2. Okay, let's get up there and find that guy. What happened to the IB high? This can't possibly be the IB low. Here it is. It's buried right under here. IB high is under the previous high. The reason I wanted to show you that one is how I do them. That's 68.2 and IB high. Okay, the reason I have to put the initials is, by definition, again, the IB high and the IB low will immediately change the minute the RTH session opens, because they are nothing more than the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. In other words, in this first hour from 8:30 to 9:30 Central Standard Time, this high is going to move up with price, the low will move down with price, and at the end of 1 hour, they won't move anymore. Real simple. Okay, so I showed you that one. The previous POC we've got, the IB low is 62.0. What else do we have here? The overnight low, well, previous high, there we go, 55.9. Now, here's another good one that's important. Okay. The previous IB high is 68.2. The previous RTH high is 55.9, and they're on top of each other. These are statistics. These are not individual guaranteed targets or levels. These are levels and statistics of the amount of time this price was revisited in the upcoming RTH session by price. That's all. What else we have over here now? Overnight low is 50.4. Throw that one in. Typically, the overnight volume point of control, the overnight mid, the overnight high and low, and then the previous high and low are the most relevant or highest probabilities. I've noticed. The previous low is 25.7. Ooh, baby, they don't like that one much, huh? 25.7. And that's about what I'm going to do right there for the statistics. So we have the statistics. We know what the prices are. There's nothing magical. You don't need a pointy hat or a magic wand. It's statistics. It's probabilities. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That's why it makes no sense to try to predict anything. You need to approach the trading business as one of statistics. Now, with that segue into the Trader's Lab, I need to do something that I do every day, which is I post to the Trader's Lab. And what, you ask, is the Trader's Lab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Trader's Lab by Tom B. And it's right here. The Trader's Lab, Tom B. That's the name. And here is a snap I do every day at about 8:20, and I do a numbers. I put in a report up the road here somewhere. Right there. I try to do the numbers around 6. Now, what is the Trader's Lab? It is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Started, as I said, by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led or directed or whatever, however you say it, by Tom, who is a professional trader, I believe, has been trading for about 46 years. Now, I say I believe because he doesn't trade live. He doesn't post, audited statements and all that kind of thing. But, you can sort of tell somebody, or at least I think I can, at my age finally, if somebody's bullshitting or not, and you're never going to see a bunch of gold chains or a wrapped Maserati. But the stuff he has to say is valid. I agree with his approach to risk management and trading, and approaching trading as a statistical business. Most importantly, perhaps approaching trading as a business rather than as a video game or gambling. So I recommend Tom B., the Trader's Lab. And in addition to that, there's a bunch of good people in there. Rod, Ned, Antonio, Lefty. I'm not to exclude anyone, but just names popping in my head. And Rod is an extremely good coder and contributor, and he's also developed a personal journal, developing an app with for determining statistics, etc., called Static. which is great. And I'm fortunate to be part of that beta testing thing. So here we are. One more thing about the Traders Lab. It is a Bookmap Discord chat room. And one of the reasons I stuck probably in the beginning and continue to find value, there's absolutely nothing for sale. You're never going to be solicited for anything, including Bookmap. They don't even solicit you to subscribe, which is pretty phenomenal because it's their marketing tool, right? So now the caveat is I don't make this recommendation for any other of the Bookmap Discord chat rooms, only the Traders Lab. Static is Rod's thing, and that's not a Bookmap Discord site, so never mind. But and it's because there's a lot of other rooms, and I have certainly not been to them all. I've only gone to 2 others briefly, and they were more typical. The guy was trying to sell something, 3 words out of his mouth. And that's perfectly fine that's what the person wants to do. And it's perfectly fine that Bookmaps supports that if that's what they want to do. But it's not something I'm interested in. And I don't recommend the sites for that reason. So the Traders Lab by Tom B is the only one I do recommend. And there's a link to the Bookmap Discord server, which of course you have to join in the description here. So knock yourself out. Go see for yourself. The Traders Lab by Tom B. There you go. And at some point, if Rod goes public with Static, I'll certainly recommend that. Rod. And we're going to open here in about 3 minutes. So what have we got going on for pre-market? Well, we're going to be opening higher in range. Yesterday's RTH session, the overnight session. What have we done? Well, inventory overnight is just about 98% long, isn't it? Here's our close. Here's our trade, and here we are. So I will be expecting responsive selling at the open for some profit taking for all of this long inventory that's in there. and likely, if there's no giant news bombs to do with Japan tariffs and all that stuff, which I fully expect will happen today, I would expect there to be a rotational day. Yesterday started out pretty well until the Japan tariff happened, and then we pretty toothy, and we did close the gap over here. If you really squint, you can see that this looks like a B shape. And in market profile isms, a B-shaped profile indicates long liquidation. A P-shaped profile indicates short covering. There was this big gap up and a string of singles, and they cleaned them all up. Down here is another way of looking at it. So we're going to open in a minute and a half or so. I think I've gone through pretty much everything that needs going through up till this point. Oh, I know one thing that's pretty darn important. You better be able to trade, right? So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel and choose which way you will integrate with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart, the only place the mouse can trade is in the active data column. Dome, the only place are the dome columns. And both, guess what? Wait for it, both columns. There you go. I also use the multi-brackets, and this is a risk neutral package. The smallest one, they must be in even numbers, and it's real simple. We just reset. Good, it worked. Well, we've just opened, which doesn't look right to me. I think the system clock is off. Do you see that? You see this is reopened, and we're not down here. We are not. The system clock is not at 8:30 yet. So now it's overreacting the other way. Son of a bitch. I can't get it. Anyway, a two-lot, the stop is the same place for all of the contracts in the package. The first risk-neutral scale is for half the package at the same stop ticks, and then there's a runner. Once you've achieved the T1 or the risk-neutral scale, the worst that you can possibly do is scratch. There you go. Now, I confirm that that's the right package. I click the button again to get my real estate back on the screen. Now, that really sucks. Now everything's goofy. Huh. I'm going to try to do something. I don't know what. Well, I don't see the VPOC moving. I don't see... Look at this shit. What happened now? Oh, wow. I don't know what did that. We're reset now, I guess. Well, now it doesn't want to do anything. Now, I had changed it from my original reset settings. It's got to have something to do with the internal clock or the way the bookmap is reading the clock. And now we're not getting anything. My, that's disappointing. Reset now. Well, I'm going to go with this and start flagging these. This is supposed to all happen at 8:30. And it's not. Now I've got the reset configuration. I used to always have it at time 8:30 and 0 seconds. Last night, that's not been working for about 2 weeks since I updated it. Last night I set it to session start, 08:30 Central Standard Time. Session start, 08:30 Central Standard Time. Okay. It's just all confused. Anyway, looks like we've got something going on here. What do we have? Well, what I'm going to do now is be pissed. What I'm going to do now is reset my ART. Fortunately, it works like expected. See where my IB highs and lows are and make sure that I've got that happening correctly over here. Track my overnight volume point of control, and for some reason it's now miraculously coming down from the top instead of up from the bottom where it was earlier, if you remember that. So I'd say bookmap is having a bad hair day. And disappointing. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Got seven more hours here, so shouldn't be it'll all come out in the wash pretty soon. By golly. Come on. Be right back. Morning, Antonio. Having my usual drama with the book map this morning, and if you're passing through here, I see several numbers over here in views. Smack the like and subscribe if you could. That's about all I get out of it. And drop something in the chat, because Antonio and I, and in a little bit, Richard, get lonesome just talking to each other here. Yeah, I thought I had this restart straightened out by changing the restart settings in the configuration to session start. Again at 8:30, 0 seconds. And this morning it's set at about 7:29 and change over here on the clock. I've been trying to make sure that I have my time resynced to the server. It was resynced this morning at, just after midnight. I can't imagine why that would be affected. It's never done it before. But it's clearly there's something out of whack between Bookmap and the sync on the computer, near as I can tell. And I'm really sick of dealing with it. So here we go. Now, I would guess that there's going to be as I mentioned in the pre-market, I'm suspecting a tweet storm. Today is the deadline for tariff schmariffs, So saw what happened yesterday when Trump announced something to do with Japan, that he was going to clobber those guys. Our second largest trading partner and the largest holder of U.S. debt and bonds. I'm not sure, I'm not sure that pissing off the bankers the thing to do, but maybe that's a good strategy. I don't know. I'm so tired of all that drama. I will continue to flag these here, and I'm kind of wanting to see how this all works out. I flag these migrating volume points of control because pretty soon the yellow brick road continues to plot all day. But after a bit, it's going to scroll off the left of the screen. So I do that in an effort to keep all the data that I think is important to trade on the hard right edge right here. And yeah. Well, according to this, the IB low and the IB high are correct with the volume profile per IRT. So I'm going to say good enough for the girls I go with. And here we are. Pretty small range in the overnight. I had expected some responsive selling in this open because where inventory, as I mentioned in the pre-market, was at least 99%, if not 100% long. You would expect that there would be some profit taking, and likely we'll go into a rotational mode with everybody, on the edge of their seat waiting for something to tip over the apple cart and disrupt the auction, I guess. Oh, one thing I forgot to do here, which is important, besides the multi-brackets, is multi-action account trading. Okay, and it's ticked. All right. I wanted to do that. This, I don't know if I remembered to mention this or not, but this stream and account is a TopStep evaluation or combine. The idea here, my idea was to, and as I said in the pre-market, I take no trades off stream on these accounts. And I'll qualify that here in a second. But the idea is to document from the get-go through the combine, the XFA, and then live with this prop idea. Now, you know, there's a big confusion going on now with TopStep and all of their what their business model is going to be going forward. The fact that they're not going to support any of these other platforms or data feeds except Program X data and TopStep X platform. If you are already in a combine or live trade or XFA, whichever. I don't know about a live trade, but XFA for sure. No problem. You continue on with whatever you're using. And in my case here, this is rhythmic data because that's what Bookmap and IRT run on. I also stupidly when I found out about all of this, I grabbed a quick, and I don't know why that didn't work. Oh. I took a quick, let's see if this does. This is Quant Tower. You'll see that pretty much nothing works with the license that they give you to use at, I don't know what the hell this is over here. It's supposed to be the TPO charts, which is not included in the license. That's just magical. For some reason, the daily charts are not, so I guess there's no historical past, I don't know where. You can't do a micro composite, or at least I can't with this data set. This is using Quant Tower on a Project X data feed, which is the only way you can do it. Now, I was a fool and ran and grabbed a combine for this, which I didn't need. I didn't know that at the time because I already had a TopStep X combine going on for, that I use on another thing for $18 a month. I use that same logon to power this Quant Tower. However, you'll see all the licenses. It's just it's much as the TopStep X platform is a derivative of TradingView, a very stripped down, bare bones derivative of TradingView. The same is the story here for Quant Tower. My thinking originally about Quant Tower was the heat map. Would it be a replacement for Bookmap? And also, could the rest of the charting be a replacement for IRT? So as a one-stop shop and save money and all those kind of things. Well, the first thing you notice is it's level 1. So there's no heat map. It's only the inside bid and ask because it's level 1. So that is an additional $40 or whatever to get the level 2 data, even with Project X. Now I know that this is the case because I can also shut Quant Tower off and relog in with it to my Rhythmic where I do have level 2 data, and then it's flushed out. As is the historical from DTNIQ feed and market profile. So anyway, you see the dome here is just inside bid and ask. So that's where it's at. I don't really find this to be a replacement for Bookmap that I could use. I don't think. Maybe. I don't like the market. I don't like the volume profile very well. I guess it's what you're used to, but I think what I'll do now is I wanted to show you that, Antonio. in case you were curious about that. And enough of that, eh? So here's the bookie mappy. What was that? I thought I saw an open dialogue go by there real quick. Huh. No? Nothing there. I guess not. Okay. So that's where that is. I mark the open now of each session, and the plan is, so far, the last little bit here is to keep track of the entire session on the screen until I'm going to zoom in to try to execute, and then do so to give a better overview. Notice we're tippy-toeing around the IB high up here. It has not moved up yet to here where the IB high actually is. We have just taken out the overnight volume point of control. We've taken out the overnight mid. No, not quite. Not yet. So we're in a really tight range here. What are we in? 68, 74. Ooh, no, less than 10. Well, just about 10 handles so far is our range at this point. Kind of upside down here. Everybody's in a big pile. Looks like a big giant weight party, doesn't it? Better view here. This is the yesterday's RTH session. Now here's we're gonna tax the crap out of Japan. And then here we are today. I wonder at some point if somebody's going to actually recognize that tariffs are not paid by the other country. Tariffs are charged at our port to the importer. That's who pays the tariff. It is essentially a tax. I don't know why there's not more conversation about that. You know, Vietnam is not paying 25% tax and tariff and going to pay 40% for transshipping at all. That's the dumbest thing, you know, that I've ever heard. I really don't get it. Now, will some exporters absorb some of the tariffs? Perhaps. But that's not being paid by the country. And that is going to be a net increase in or inflationary move on all prices for the American people. I'm really surprised that this doesn't get more airtime, but then in the news cycle we have now, it's like, ooh, you know, when was the last time you heard about Iran? You know? And now, now Trump's gonna send weapons to Ukraine. Somebody asked him what he thought about the flash floods and all the children being drowned in Texas, and he was going to go golfing. That was his response. Doesn't think that the reduction in national weather forecasting people and staff that did not forecast the flash flood and the hundreds of children that were drowned is something to be worried about, you know, or important. It's so weird for me. Pretty soon it'll have to catch up with him, I guess. So we're in a real tight range of about 10 handles here. We're not getting the responsive selling that I was looking forward to. We're anticipating. the trades that I'm watching and have vetted and am working on for the for now are the IB trades, the IB continuation and IB failure, and then Antonio's favorite, the all-important VPOC migration. So where are we now? News is what it is. Volume is about normal. We're plus 0.07% change positive on the ESs. Gold is 0.53 negative. NQs are positive. Nothing over, hundreds of a percent, not even tenths over here in the stuff that we normally watch, percent change. Open smack dab in the middle of yesterday's range. And I think it's just all 100% news driven. VPOC down, VPOC up. Right where we were before. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, there's a new one. Okay, so we've got a migrating VPOC. They took a look lower, and I guess they're not real interested in going down there yet. So they're going to trade it higher, apparently. Oh, yeah, okay. So there's another Trump news thing I didn't notice. There's a cabinet meeting at 10. Well, that's going to be there'll be some comments about around that time for sure. So, in my opinion, normal circumstances, I would be watching closely the 3-year note, auctions, yields, bid to cover, consumer credit. These are all things that would be normally of interest to me. Inflation expectations, that's the whole biggie about not cutting rates. Correctly so, by the way. But this cabinet meeting and then this part right down here, I think, is going to be the big precipitant for tweets or whatever. U.S. and Japan agreed to continue vigorous talks on tariffs. Man. Must be so weird to be a country with signed agreements and things, in place for years, and a close ally and somebody who's buying your debt and being your banker, and then suddenly you realize that there's this big problem. It's the weirdest thing for me, really. I understand the concepts, but it's really hard for me to get my head around why. I don't really understand what he's trying to accomplish, to be honest with you. And I'm sure it's me or my lack of understanding. Wow. I don't get the point. But I'll bet that island full of penguins are busy collecting ice cubes to pay their tariffs or whatever the hell it is. Jesus, man. If it wasn't so sad, it would really be funny. Be right back. Well, we're getting a lot of people passing through here, Antonio. It's interesting. I wish somebody would do something, throw something in the chat or a little thumbs up or whatever else it is, but it seems like the view numbers are going up surprisingly. I don't know what to do. Anyway, whatever. Interesting. I have so we've rounded 9 o'clock and in about a holding pattern if there ever was one. Had some liquidity here at the IB low. Chewing through that a little bit. They just dropped it down. $1.87 at the 72s. One thing about the I don't think you would care because you trade through IB in your account, but if the Quant Tower thing is only for would only be usable going forward for a combine and an XFA, not live trading. So why the hell bother, right? Or if it's like the case of, I guess you could approach it like you do, or like essentially I do. I don't really execute off of IRT. Use it for the charting side, and then book map for the execution side. The problem I have is that Rhythmic will be gone. So oh, well, good for me. Good for us. We get up, that first $10,000 check, I'll cut you half, dude. Oh, man. Thanks. That's good to know. Must be some gluttons for punishment hang around here for all that time. Yeah. No question about it. I'm sure somebody's come up with a scheme like that somehow or another. I think you need to have if I remember correctly, looking into it once long ago, that you need to have 1,000 subscribers to be monetized, if I'm not mistaken. And then I don't know how the monetization works as far as money, but if you got 1,000 people together and then the first $10,000 check you got, everybody gets $1,000. Somebody's got to have done that, I would suppose. Somehow. It's some sort of a crew like on, like Static or TraderLab or somebody, and just 1,000 people get together and do that. I have no clue how it works, but there's got to be scams out there or stuff going on somehow. Just like with the crypto, there's these crypto people, these market makers, quote unquote, that are doing wash trades to build up your volume. A few of them have been busted now, but yeah, it's just complete crap. You start a meme coin or a coin, and then you get with hire one of these people, and they get a couple 100,000 trades a day going through on your coin, and it's just 100% wash trade within their bot, which is completely illegal. Several of them were busted recently. Patrick Boyle had an interesting piece on them. He does good work. Speaking of good work, here's something pretty amazing. Well, that's pretty early in the market. I'll keep us thinking about trading, but before you go, There's some stuff that on static that blew my mind. Where that's going, and that's really pretty cool. So here we are, the IB low. Here comes some of that responsive selling now. That's a little profit taking to the downside, approaching the IB low. And you know, it was funny yesterday, just literally as it so frequently happens. I think I was actually even narrating it at the time about, well, this looks like a bar trade setting up potentially for a short. And no sooner than I got short out of my mouth and then that news bomb hit and zaboop, down it went about, I don't know, 10 points or something like that. It was like, oh, well, that's perfect. Just perfect. I actually bumped across a live stream guy or place or whatever you call it. Site, I guess. Or channel, there you go. Which I'm pretty sure is very, very mega-centric, you know? Interesting way that he streams. Only working on Apex evals, it looks like. But he was talking about working on keeping track of numbers because he thinks that Trump is, even though he says he doesn't care about the market, is very concerned about the market and strategically plans when he's going to have these posts come out, these tweets. And this guy was trying to figure, they were trying to figure out a schedule of some sort, you know. Which is, yeah, if you could figure that out, good for you. I'm not sure that that's the case. You know, yeah, I'm sure he pays attention to the market. If it takes a big dump, you know, it reflects on his administration more or less. And so I'm sure he pays attention to that. I'm sure they all do. And that's, I would think, perfectly fine. I'm not sure how strategic he is about planning tweets and stuff, but that was their take on it. Who knows? You know, there's a million different. There is as many different opinions out there as there are hairs on my head, and I am not bald. That's one of the things I'm not. Okay. Do you have a facility to screen capture the stream, Antonio? So that if I put something up there, you can grab it for your, you know, if you're interested in doing so. I use Snagit, but I don't have Snagit on this top machine, which I monitor the stream on, but that doesn't matter. I just curious. I was going to show you something from Static that's pretty mind-blowing and pretty cool, I think. Pretty valuable. In terms of approaching trading as a business of statistics, you know, which is, I haven't put that one out here for a while, but that's probably a good idea. I did talk about it a little bit in the pre-market, but probably one of the most glazed over. Oh, okay, great. One of the most glazed over bits of advice that you hear almost every day that nobody pays attention to, and I believe really are one of the most important things, is past performance is not indicative of future results. You know, you hear that every place. It's in every disclaimer, and everybody rolls their eyes. It's probably one of the most important statements reflecting the statistical aspect of trading. And as we know or believe, I'm sure you do, it is absolutely the truth. In fact, it is so much the truth that in the casino world, which is essentially the business model we use, where they identify an edge, they identify the specific rules around that edge in that game, away from the casino floor, and then on the floor of the casino, all they do, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can and rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge to their bank account. The understood concept in the casino world is the gambler's fallacy. Well, there's been 23 reds, so 10 reds in a row on roulette. The next one has got to be black. The probability is way higher than it's going to be black. Absolute bullshit. The next probability is the next spin is 50-50, just like it is for us. This is a binary market that can only go up or down. There's not even horizontal movement. We put that on it by time. So the key then is to identify a setup that seems to repeat frequently, the specific parameters that validate the entry for that setup, and then capture that data away from the live market and determine if it has an edge or not. If it does, then you take every instance of that setup and those criteria that present themselves during the live trading market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the percentage edge to your bank. That is, in my opinion, the proper way to approach trading as a business. And it is not just my opinion, but that's from the most successful traders in the world, you know. Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Tom Hogarth, any of them, any professional trader that you listen to for any bit of time or read, you'll discover that they all feel the same way. They all have recognized that it is a business of statistics. You identify a probability, and then you rely on the law of large numbers for that probability to manifest to your account. And that's what we're trying to do here I'm trying to do with the IBs, the IB high and low, meaning the IB continuation or failure trades. Also, there's one that Rod speaks of a lot, and I mentioned it yesterday. What are the probabilities when the POC migrates outside of the IB? And it's quite high. I'll show you the stats. Here we're coming up to the IB set. So I'll stick with that until that's, time has come and gone. But the IB statistic is, obviously, for those of you who don't know, well understood. And it is one of the statistics from the study. There's a greater than 97% probability in all four open types that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. Now, very hard to trade because it is either the IB high or the IB low. and it's in the balance or the remainder of the RTH trading session, which means it could be 1 millisecond after 9:30 or 1 millisecond before 1600. So it's not exactly as easy as statistic to trade as one might think. But the way I approach it is in two ways. With the, here we go, the migration down again. The IB continuation trade, which would mean we come through the IB, we test back up, no interest, and we continue on. That is more applicable in a trending or directional day. In the case like where we are today, where we're only basically not quite 20 handles wide, rotational, we come through the IB, we don't get any interest, and we come back inside for a mean reversion. That would be the IB failure, or IBF. Those will be the trades I'm looking for from 9:30 forward. And remember that the statistic of the IB, or the initial balance, IB high and low, simply mark the high and the low, other way around, sorry, high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to it. Nothing in this is really hard, secret, magical, mystical, any of that stuff. Common sense and logistic, is just statistics, is what I believe. And I believe that because it resonated with my understanding, and I discovered that all these people that are the most successful people in the world, in the trading world, believe and follow the same exact thinking or theories. And of course, there's discretion in everything, That's why I'm really impressed by quant guys that can code up. I think it has to be on a real tight, low time frame, but can code put up a successful algorithm. Because so much of trading, even though it's real clear, here's the IB low, we trade through it, we come back up and touch it. Is it going to reverse? Is it going to continue on? Okay, that's all of that. All of the trading stuff that I'm aware of, that I do, has a huge discretionary element. So I think these fellows are people that can code up stuff, algos that turn a profit, are impressive. And that's why, the Citadels and Black Rocks of the world have a whole 1 or 2 floors of coders and PhDs working on that stuff. It's not some dork on his Ninja Trader. That's for sure. And again, it's also a function of scale, with the law of large numbers. You take 1 penny a couple million times, and it's a lot of money. So we are approaching the IB statistic set, or when the IB statistic will become active, 0930. Seemingly a bit more directional on the NQ. Didn't have that pullback right there at going into 9 o'clock or whatever you call it when it goes up. Not a pullback. Yeah, pullback and a dip, I guess, as opposed to a dip. Oh, come on. So I could put on my rearview mirror trader hat here, my internet guru, and say, well, you know, I saw us didn't get anywhere down here, and we had absorption and exhaustion, and traded up to the IB high, which was a set of liquidity, and sold it, and here we are. So easy, right? Took the high here, tested down to the mid, came back up, weren't able to achieve this high again, and took a short, and down I went. Of course, none of that is the truth. I didn't do anything because on the hard right edge, where's it going to go right now? Going to go up? Going to go down? Guess it's probably going to go down at this point. But, you know, same way with when it's over here. You don't know what the hell is going to happen. It's really so much clearer when you're looking in that rearview mirror. RMT, rearview mirror trading. Well, there we took that liquidity. Pushed the IB low down a little bit. Approaching the close from yesterday. So we are just taking back, finally, taking that profit. So a bit of that responsive selling is happening as anticipated. You notice that the flag and the line sometimes get misaligned. Now it's caught up. That's because the refresh rates, the maximum refresh rate that I'm able to set on the cloud note column, which is here, is 1 minute. The coders, whoever, you know, developed this line add-on, which you buy from Bookmap, obviously have it set differently, and sometimes depending on when RT updates the data, they can be out of sync, but it's a known issue and it's not a bug. So IRT is immediate, all right? It's instantaneous. When anything happens over here, that's what happens. And then it's pushed via the export to keep this up so I can see that it's still happening. It's pushed or exported to through a system and miraculously shows up over here in Bookmap. Magic. Just pure magic. And I'm happy to share these levels with anyone. I share them with the Traders Lab and people in Static or wherever. If these levels would be interesting to be pushed real time, let me know in the chat. And figure out how to make a plan for that. I'm probably an idiot. I don't charge for that stuff, but I've had a couple people from the TLab that I'm sure are charging people for these levels because they wanted a big description of how I figured them out and how I pushed them from IRT to Bookmap and all that because they wanted to share them with some people, but were kind of vague about it. Seemed kind of strange. And I said, well, here's the link. But they wanted to do it themselves. So good for them. All right, 2 minutes to the IB set, which is 0930 Central Standard Time. About a minute and a half now. At that point, the IB high will cease to move, as will the IB low, and the statistic that I mentioned is hot or active or whatever. And here's that statistic if you don't believe me. This is the IB high or low, 97.7, 98, 98.1, 97.9. In other words, it's greater than 97.7% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price, revisited by price, in the balance of this RTH trading session. And here's an interesting statistic for you that I look at it this way. So that means that there is a 2.3% probability that neither one will be taken out. So if we were approaching the end of the day and we were right here, I'd be short all over this like stink on poop. Because I would say there is no way 2.3% probability we don't take either the IB high or the IB low. Of course, it's not 100%, so you could get hammered, no problem. But that's a different way to look at the probability. And of course, there's a 32% chance that we take out both. So I believe I'm right with that anyway. So now the statistic is hot by 36 seconds. I would anticipate we're going to take out the IB low. Right down at the previous close, IB low. We've traded down all day. However, their mission might simply have been to get down to the close, and that was good enough, which is, by the way, 62.76 is also settlement. That's up here, right there. So, here we go. Now, did they get ahead of the curve with the IB failure and now we're mean reverting? Yep. Yes, sirree, Bobby. we have had an IB migration from here to here. But as far as I'm concerned, that is immaterial. Because we had just bopped up from here. Same exact level. And I've talked about this more than once in the stream, but at what point does an IB migration turn into a diddle in the middle? Which is a big no-no in just about everybody's book that I know that trades. You know, how long a time does that movement stay valid? I would say that it's dependent on the day type, and we are very definitely rotational here. The IB failure just got off to a head start. There's 930, wherever it went. There's 930. So the IB failure got off to a head start. They came down there, looked at it, looked at the close, exhaustion, divergence, and rotated back up. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. Day late and a dollar short, eh? But this is a fact of trading. It's not a adrenaline rush game. It is real trading. This is my opinion, of course. Real trading is patience and statistics, and in a lot of the time, boring. You spend a lot of time now. I spend too much time not trading because I've got, I suffer from paralysis from analysis a lot, or fear, or whatever it is. But, you have to find a balance there. And my belief is that you approach that balance by statistically vetting a trade, a setup, and the criteria, which I spoke about earlier. And then when that comes, you take it. It's not whipping and spurring, or you don't come, grab the mouse and go at it like you're killing snakes. It's just a matter that's not. And if that's what you want to do and you like to gamble or treat this like a video game, knock yourself out. And if it's successful for you, even better yet. Let me just say that it is not successful for me. And I don't feel like that's the right approach. Me. And remember, this is my trading journal. So I'm not trying to blow smoke up your butt about some mystical thing that's going to make you rich. I do believe long term, if you approach trading as a business, it will become a statistically significant, sustainable, profitable business that you can depend on and rely on. Video gaming, not so much. I don't think that has long term. I think that those who approach this from that video game adrenaline rush tweaker kind of mindset they're the ones that make up that 94% of the people who crap out. I saw an interesting interview with the guy who owns the company that does all the white label and back office stuff for all of these more FX focused prop firms. The average funded trader lasts 22 days before they blow it up. And of course, they have an A book and a B book, and it was a real interesting interview, but it was about FX, so I didn't, grab it or point it out. But guy lives in Florida. Seemed like a real intelligent, obviously figured out a way to make a gazillion bucks. There was an interview with him from somebody who I don't know about, But everything he was saying in his company is all verifiable. So. And ironically, again, all from a statistical approach. Well, we do all the statistics. Yeah, I figure if, Jim Simmons and Simons and Dalio and Tudor Jones and Sosnoff and Tom B and Rod and, from the top to the bottom, the trader Tom Hogarth guy and all those people say that statistics are the way to go and they all making a buttload of money. I think I'm hanging my hat over there. So we are now in the IB statistic, and what are we doing now? Well, we've traded all the way across without touching that IB low, and we're within striking distance up here of the IB high. And I think I got my overnight high a little bit out of whack there. There we are. You see why the IB high statistic and the IB low, I put the initials there because I'd be going now, what the hell was 62.0%? Because they have moved, as they should, to reflect the high and low of the first 1 hour of this RTH trading session. I mean, this is not anything earth-shaking, but I think it's important to keep the process here the same and consistent. And also it's important, I guess it's important to point out for those passing through or listening that at the end of the stream with about 1500, then I update the timestamps and stuff which are progressive through the day so that you can, who in the hell wants to stand and listen to 7 hours of this? But you can just jump on there and go to those timestamps and see if something's interesting or hear it again or whatever else it is. Yes, sirree, Bobby. And will this be one of those 2.3% days where we don't take out either one of them? I can't say that I remember ever doing that. I'm, absolutely in the years I've been standing here, I'm sure that we have, but I can't say, oh yeah, June 3rd, blah, 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 we did that. I have taken a trade, as I mentioned earlier, where we had not taken an IB statistic yet in the day, and we were past 1430, and down near one of them, and I went in, I knowing me, it was probably a short in that direction, and it paid out. They did take out the statistic prior to the close. And the close, that statistic is something I need to confirm here. Hold on a minute. Yeah. It's not the cash close, it's the close, which is 1600. Oh boy, here we go. Down we go. Up we go, down we go. You see why I don't like these VPOC migrations much, especially in a tight environment like this. So easily to have them hand you your hat. Or you're trading real tight and taking, you have a whole different risk parameter and trade idea. Essentially scalping, taking real short mean reversions. There's one. There's one. There's one. There's one. Real short mean reversion trades, then that's just super. And I'm sure there's a bunch of guys in Static or wherever else, or Tom probably, that did the mean reversion down here off the low. Outside in. And great. It's 10 handles. Don't forget, this is 10 handles. So that's a substantial trade. That's 40 ticks on a one lot. The reason this is a little bit deceptive is I try to see the entire session so far. So these changed. Now I should have them probably wound out like that, which is $1 high. And then session wide, that's a little bit more, perhaps a little bit more intuitive to see. It's hard to get with Bookmap. For me, it's hard to get a sense of scale. I've been fussing with that for a while. And there's got to be a tweet dump there. That's got to be some news. Let's check. Now, my both of these news sources, Financial Juice and investing.com, are both free. So, you knock yourself out. But it's not real time live. So there'll be a bit of a delay, not much, but a bit of a delay. And I don't see any news that caused that. So this could have been, what could that have been? besides a definitely V bottom and then a V reversal. I would always suspect that's news or a tweet or something that I'm not seeing here. And I don't have, and let me how to say this. I don't do social media stuff. So, and I certainly don't do Trump social, which is where I believe he posts a lot of that stuff. So I'm behind the curve there for sure. And maybe not. A little suspicious, though, that we're just one along up here and then suddenly we dump for 6 handles through all these levels, isn't it? There is a trade that the static boys are trading, and I've done it once or twice myself, not vetted yet, but it's called this V reversal. The minute that happens, you just hit it the other way as fast as you can. I always stop to make sure what levels are around me and why. The first thing I did was look at the news. Well, that cost me this, and this, and up here, I guess. That's the way to look at that. There you go. Yeah, I don't do any of that stuff, but thanks, Antonio. I knew it had to be something. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier today in the pre-market there, the bottom tweet or the bottom thing item on the financial juice for the day at 8 o'clock or 2000 is tariff deadline. So now he's pushed him off to August 1st. Was supposed to be tonight. So I guess we got another taco. I'm getting kind of full on tacos, man. I like tacos, but So, okay, I am going to show you something that's really cool from Static. And I guess I should have checked with Rod first. I didn't think about that. But I definitely give him credit. So here you go. Summary of VPOC shift outside IB analysis based on an analysis of 1,446 trading days in the ES. And here are all the statistics you would want to know about. Upward, downward, breakdown, and then trading implications. Based on a 5-point threshold. So out of 281 days with downward shifts, 206 of them, 73%, moved 5 plus points after the shift. Where it moved upward, 31% moved 5 plus points lower. 65% went higher. And then here's the next one. VPOC return analysis. In other words, the price goes away from the VPOC, migrates outside the IB. Price goes past it and then returns to the VPOC. 84.6% of the time when price returns after a significant move following a VPOC shift, it continues in the original direction. Only 15% of the time does it reverse. I'm assuming that you're around and can get a screen grab of these, but if you can't, just all you gotta do is let me know. Now here's the most amazing part, and I sure as Christ hope you can hear this. This is AI after being fed those statistics. Listen to this, will blow your mind.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today we're digging into something really fascinating, a big analysis of ES futures data. We're talking, 1,446 trading days.
That's right, a hefty chunk of data. And the mission really was to see if we could pull out some consistent signals.
Signals that maybe aren't obvious on the surface, like what if the market leaves these little clues about where it might be heading?
Exactly. And we focus on two specific things, these VPOC shifts outside of IB, and then crucially, what happens when price comes back, the VPOC returns.
Okay, let's unpack that first part. VPOC shifts outside the initial balance. How often does this actually happen?
Well, it's surprisingly common. The analysis showed it happened on nearly half of all the days we looked at.
Okay.
The specific number was 48.69%.
Almost half
Well,
the time.
they've
Wow.
So 704
hit
days out of that
the
1,446.
VPOCs or the
Yep, and
VWAPs
it broke
are
down
moving down
about
towards that IB
29%
low
shifting
now.
upwards and roughly 19% shifting downwards. So plenty of potential signals to observe.
So, okay, it happens often, but the real question is, does it mean anything? Does it predict anything?
That's where it gets interesting. And maybe just quickly for anyone listening, VPOC, volume point of control, that's just the price level with the most trading action, sort of the market's fairest price for that period.
Right. The consensus point.
Exactly. And IB, initial balance, is just that price range set in the first hour. So a VPOC shift outside that range means the market's consensus has decisively moved away from the open.
Okay, got it. So what did the analysis show about prediction?
Showed pretty strong predictive power, actually. Overall, 68.89% of these shifts led to a decent price move. We use 5 points or more
Isn't that,
as the threshold.
yeah, exactly. Isn't that,
So almost
isn't that
70%
incredible?
of the time.
Now we're looking, I got to get back over here to the, I would say we're going to take the IB low out here. I should have gotten on this test up here. I missed this damn pullback here was the short. Well, actually, I guess the short was up here. So that's pretty amazing stuff, huh? Yeah, there's a thing in Static up there where you can just ask it a question. He's talking about getting more subscribers. I'll ping him about should I be showing, does he care if I talk about this stuff? And you can, if you're in the TLab, DM him and say, is it possible that you get into TLab if you're into Static, if you're interested? I mean, I think it's real interesting. Yeah, it's incredible. I think so too. And I keep standing here missing this idea. I'm relatively sure we're going to take this slow and close. I don't know what that was. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know what that was, but anyway, it's pretty amazing. There we go. There's our IB statistic. And I missed it like a dork. That is a real problem I have. Recognizing it, articulating it here, and not trade don't talk. Yeah, the stats, if you got snaps of the stats, that's the really, those are valuable, I believe. Well, in accordance with the logic around an IB failure, this is about as perfect as you're going to get. Test, trade through it, take the statistic out, don't find anybody down there that's interested in doing anything more, and revert mean reversion back to the top. Whether it's going to continue going or not, I have no idea. But that would be pretty much of a classic mean reversion, IB failure trade, not, which is essentially a mean reversion. So I'll be marking this one down as a missed trade, which incidentally, Rod has provisioned a static journal for you enter missed trades, and then you can see, it's like Tom's error cross calculator idea. Then you can see what your balance in your curve and everything looks like with and without them. And you know pretty quick that you better get a job doing something else. Yeah, this is about a perfect IB failure. Now, I was really wrong in admonishing myself for not taking the IB statistic. I had completely overlooked the concept of the bigger picture, which is the IB failure. In this context of a day, it's exactly right, and here we go. Dummy. Running Dummy. My Indian name. Running Dummy. Take that snap for the missed trade. And he's also putting some stuff in there for when you close an order, in other words, when you don't let a trade go to profit to your maximum excursion, favorable excursion, MFE. So, damn, boy. Here was a stop. Took out 66 for 10. Little test down there. You could call it an exhaustion. Nothing else happened, and away they went. So it's an absolutely perfect example of, I think, IB failure. And good for 10 handles, essentially. Now, that doesn't quite get to my target of 48, but you're certainly scaled. You're clear down here, right? And no heat all the way. So, there you go. And this doesn't look right to me because this is the RTH VPOC, which is pushed from Bookmap or from IRT, but it's down here on Bookmap rather than here. This is the full session. This is the RTH. So there's a discrepancy there. And just looking at the well, let's see what happens. That data is going to update here in 18 seconds, and then it'll be a little delay before Bookmap processes the cloud note. We'll see what happens. What should happen is this flag should move down here and be miraculously suddenly behind that VWAP or on top of it, depending on how they load it. Yeah, that's some pretty cool stuff, huh? And there was the shift. Did you see that? It's now living just behind here, but it shifted from there down, so it's figured it out. And on IRT, it's right here. Come on, right here. So a absolutely textbook IB failure. I'm my own worst enemy. Still a pretty tight range rotationally, huh? But if I'm not mistaken, yesterday got off to a pretty similar start. And remember that the cabinet meeting started about 10 minutes ago. So all bets are off, I guess. Well, for me, anyway, the IB failure was the trade of the day so far. And in alignment with everything. And of course, I forgot the one, the one really important part, which is to click the damn button. Very definitely a mean reversion day. Responsive selling did take some profit. And pretty almost perfect Gaussian distribution here with just a little bit of taper at both ends. And this IB low statistic right here. Oh. Now, very important to be on guard for the ever-present monkey mind and FOMO. You missed a trade. Remember, there are no missed opportunities. There is only the next one. And that's one of the best parts about the futures trading, or trading in general, but the futures market. There's a continual stream of opportunities. Yeah, sure. Your monkey mind and you or whoever you are inside of there are going to get bummed when you didn't take a trade you've been talking about and waiting for. That went for 15 handles or so. But the logical part of you that's running the show is aware of the fact that there's an endless stream of opportunities and you just wait for the next one. If you're trying to trade those VPOC migrations, you're probably getting a little dizzy, huh? Look at that. Wow. And now all the levels are piled up together and, you know, the range requirement is out the window and. My guess is they're on hold waiting for the inevitable post-cabinet meeting, whatever it is. Yeah, Antonio, have a good one. Take care. So we're in a mean reversion and we're in the middle. That's not a good thing. I guess I guess there's some news coming out of the press conference or the what do you call it, cabinet meeting. I would suspect that that's it. Big dump on a big dump here on Amazon. Trump must have had something to say about that. Otherwise, I don't speak. Yeah, he started talking at 11. Well, I don't know. I don't see any big hot news, but then I don't have any social media stuff, and certainly don't plan on it. Now, if you're a review mirror trader, you have seen a lot of opportunities here. I try to be on the right edge most of the time, and this is the opportunity I was waiting for, had narrated, talked about, and missed. So that is clearly a missed trade error on my part. And that's, this being a mean reversion, but was just moments ahead of the IB low. I wouldn't necessarily have taken that one, but this one very definitely was the IB failure that I've been talking about all morning. So bad on me. Can't stand to watch those guys. Yes, sirree, Bobby. Here we are back down again, huh? Are we going to mean revert now? Well, yeah. So this has been a real tight rotational day. I missed my anticipated IB failure. Basically a second one down here, which is at some point it's not an IB failure anymore. It's a mean reversion, which is all they really are. This first one I don't feel too disappointed about because it was just moments before the IB statistic. So I don't think that was really a granted wonderful move, but this is a classic IB failure right here. And that was, I'd been talking about it all morning and didn't take it. Really dumb. Talk, don't trade, huh? And now we're in a rotational period here, and we have gotten both VPOCs to migrate lower, but it's still clearly a rotational day. So anything around here would be diddling in the middle, you know, that's taking the inside out, and that's not the right way to go. Not sure whether anybody is a TopStep person or not, but there's some big news out to do with platforms starting yesterday. Any new combines are only available on TopStep X. On the 1st of August, any resets will be only available on TopStep X. In other words, TopStep is moving their entire focus from any supported software or platforms to TopStep, only to TopStep X. That's all that will be allowed. Now, here's an interesting one about Quant Tower. Can be run on TopStep X login, but and it's not here. I don't think I have it over here. This is for Express funded accounts and live funded accounts. Will continue. There's another bit that I missed a snap for. What it boils down to is that Quant Tower you'll only be able to use Quant Tower for evaluations and express funded. It won't be available for live anymore. So that's a pretty big deal for anybody that's using TopStep and looking to get your funding. That's the purpose of this stream, which has kind of given me some pause to think about. I was using this as a complete life cycle from the Combine to the XFA to the live account. But obviously my accounts here are both of these software platforms, Bookmap and IRT, run on Rhythmic data. So that's now, according to what they said in that first snap, you cannot reset. So if these accounts don't reset, which I don't usually ever do, I don't ever have a reason to, then apparently you can progress right on through. It will be real interesting to see what they say when it gets to live because their live executing broker is plus 500, who does have their own platform, which I notice is now one of the supported platforms put forth by TopStep on their website. I know for a fact that plus 500 is the executing broker who the live funded accounts trade through. So I don't know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But if you're just getting started or wanting to just get started, it's mind your risk and don't be doing the old, the Hail Marys, unless you're on a TopStep X and you're happy with renewing on TopStep X. That doesn't change. So there's that. Just a little bit of a public service announcement. And what are we doing today, boy? We are doing the mean reversion rotation boogie, aren't we? Boom-bitty, 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 boom-bitty. Boom, 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 boom. So we're half a dozen times across. The IB low, IB statistics set here, and the IB failure perfect setup. And boy, did I miss that one, like the old famous deer in headlights story. Not that I was a deer in the headlights, but I was paying attention to this one, which was ahead of the IB statistic. It was, in fact, a great mean reversion trade. And I missed the actual statistic being taken here. And then the test, and up she goes. So that was about a classic VPOC, not VPOC migration, classic IB failure. The IB failure, again, is simply a mean reversion trade. And it's generally anticipated in a rotational day, as opposed to a trend day when we would be expecting a IB continuation. So there you go. I'm ever cautious at these points now when there's the news bomb potential. Which we had right here. And right here again. Certainly would not take a long alpha here. We've had, the migration boogie over here make you dizzy. They are both finally aligned and below the mid and the two VWAPs. The IBs are way below us. I'm going to step away for a minute. What'd we do? Oh, well, we tested up to the top. Now we're going to try to kind of revert back again, eh? Hey, Richard. Morning. Hope everything's going good with you. I missed the quintessential IB failure after I had talked about it for a while, so, you know. Do as I say, not as I do, I guess. Had a couple of Trump tape bombs here when they're having a cabinet meeting and some stuff, so I'm extremely cautious. There's nothing really in the news to be aware of, you know. So that's means I need, in my opinion, I need to be extra cautious, because anytime there's a microphone handy or a phone, you know, a few moments in a phone for a tweet, that can be a real market mover. And we have a lot of this tariff talk back on the table again. So, you know, what the hell are you gonna do? I don't know. The IB failure was truly a missed opportunity. Now, it has not gone to my second target yet. Here was that IB failure. Perfect setup, and away you go. And, you know, 15 handles, pretty close to my target. Pretty close. Actually, yes, it would have gone, because that's my T2 in the risk neutral 2-lot setup is 48 ticks. So there you have it. Well, this VPOC migrations have been a rodeo all day. Holy smokes. In perfect accordance with a real tight rotational day. We were long overnight. Inventory was pretty much all long, at least 95%. And so expected profit taking with some responsive selling, which happened. And now we're just rotating around. Tight, tight, tight. If you're good at these kind of rotational trades, then it's right up your alley. But the only trade I've really seen today that's been in my book and one of my vetted trades is the IB failure, which I had anticipated and which played out perfectly. And here we go. The IB, the migrations, not so much. We haven't migrated outside of either the IB high or the IB low, so that's not one of them. As it stands so far, we have every indication of an inside day. Granted, we're not even halfway through yet, but we are into RTH 2. So there you go with that. Look at that. Let me do something here. I think I can do this. Yeah, so this is This is just the movement in the RTH VPOC so far today. Incredible. And this doesn't look right to me, and I'll tell you why right now. Here is the full session. Here is 12,402 contracts traded. Yet the POC is above there. Now, granted, it's just, nitpicking, but or else the lines are just not aligned, because here's the same story with the RTH, and the RTH and the full session are aligned properly. But for some reason, the line looks off to me. I would say that it's down there at quarter instead of up there at 75 or half. So there you go. There you have it. I still haven't solved the restart issue here. Let me see something here. Well, that's about as close as you're going to get again. Clock is 1.1 seconds behind. Well, this liquidity of this $1.80 sitting here at 62.80 seems to be a pretty substantial foe. Came into the book at 10.03 and is still sitting there. Has turned us around 3 different times, maybe 4 if you want to be technical, or squint a little bit over there. And now they're up to, they're stacking and pulling a bit. I'd say we'll trade through it. Let's see what happens. Haven't gotten to that IB high yet. There we go. There they got through 'em. Took out a few stops right back to the open. So far, we've gone exactly no place. The hurrier I go, the behinder I get, right? The only statistic we've got laying about here is the next most prominent would be the overnight high up there, 75.3. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't look at the IB or at the value area high. I didn't put those in today. That is well, that value area high is 72.2%. So that's probably a likely guy. I'll put it in a little better late than never. So that's 72.2%, and then we've got 75 above us. Up here we have 62, which was the previous IB. Oh, man. Previous IB low. I don't think I would advise shorting up here anywhere at this point. Or I'm not going to be looking for it, even though it is at an outside edge. And this liquidity's been laying there a while. $1.80 at 84 quarter. Similarly, been in since about 9 o'clock, quarter to 9. I would say likely going to take this out and up to the overnight high. That's pretty weird. That very definitely should not be moving. And what is that overnight high? Or value area high, I mean. Huh. Oh, this thing is just a nightmare. $87.75 it says. So that's correct. Why that was stuck, I don't know. Looks like we're going to go poke our head up there. There is the neutral IB. So 32% of the days, looking back over 2000, we had this neutral configuration, both IB high and low are taken out. And here we go for the value area high and points north, in my opinion. Not like that's a brilliant deduction. I'm standing here looking at it, but you know, certainly wouldn't be short now with his level just above us. Don't know if you're impacted by the IB or the TopStep platform changes, Richard, but it's pretty dramatic. Essentially, just they're going to everybody needs to go trade on TopStep X or go trade somewhere else. Essentially, I mean, that's the short answer. If you're in a combine now or a live account now and multiple, different platforms, you can continue, of course. And but there'll be no resets. If you get a daily loss limit or something or need to reset, you can only reset to a TopStep X account. And Quant Tower is the same story, except I discovered, kind of by accident, well, what it basically says is that, oops, damn, I wish I'd stopped that. Starting July 7th, yesterday, any new combine only available on TopStep X. August 1st, resets only will be available on TopStep X. With Quant Tower, you can obviously, Quant Tower would make whatever. You can continue to use them until you need to reset or, hit a daily loss limit. But you can use TopStep Project X data, which uses your TopStep X login credentials, and Quant Tower runs. However, I did a real stupid thing. I got myself I didn't read the whole thing right, and so I got a TopStep or a Quant Tower. Why is that only doing one candle? What the hell is wrong with that? A couple of things to notice. There's no TPO charts or stuff, daily charts apparently for Quant Tower with Project X, and it's only level 1. So the heat map is about useless, actually, as is the dome. And what's going on here, I have no clue. So in other words, the data that they give you is real. I mean, the license that they give you with Quant Tower is very limited, and you'd have to pay to get that. And after August 1, you can't use Quant Tower for live accounts. You can only use it for evaluation or XFA. And so it's just, I was thinking it would be a solution perhaps for IRT and Bookmap, but it seems real goofy with this TopStep or Project X data, I should say, and why I had this open a long time ago. Why this is only, this could be it. No? Why that's only showing a couple of minutes, 2 candles? No idea. But I don't have the patience to think about it. To be honest with you. So I don't think that's a solution. And I'll have to rethink what I'm going to do here for, I'll keep this going until I can't, to keep the stream contiguous and the setup and everything. But long term, it's a problem as far as I can see. And I did notice that I do know that Plus 500 is the clearing broker for the TopStep live prop guys. and is also available as one of the clearing agents for Edge Clear. But beside the point. And they do have their own trading platform, which is now supported on the TopStep side. So it's just some additional information in case it's of interest. The quant hours, way it's stripped down is really not good, near as I can tell. I mean, I had a demo of it up and ran it a month or so ago. Antonio was involved in watching that. Looking for an alternative, price-wise and whatnot. And the full licensed version of it looks to be fairly okay. Doesn't have many of the features of either IRT or Bookmap, but I suppose you could get by. Doesn't push the levels, doesn't have the, session prices, doesn't do any of that stuff. And it's geared to FX, and, I'm sure there's an A book and a B book, and that's why TopStep is doing what they're doing, or at least part of the decision plan. Quant Towers is made in, built and still to this day, built and coded in Ukraine. And I think that may be where MetaTrader's from too. They're from CS Blythe somewhere, but I don't know whether it's Ukraine or where, but I think so. So here we have we did get through there, and we just about got our overnight high, didn't we? So we tagged out the value area high and almost up to the overnight high, and then swung around. Nice orderly auction, I will say. My anticipation this morning, because our overnight was up, that we would have responsive selling for profit taking, which we did. And they're just rotational. If you're good at mean reversion trades, you're one happy camper today. There's our IB low. This nonsense, and here we have an IB again. And no IB continuation, an IB failure once again from the top side, which I was not coherent enough to get a hold of. But it was a lovely trade. I guess you'd call this the test. Here's a V. There's the big V move down there. V reversal, I don't know. Pretty spooky for me with all those guys in one room, It's like all the clowns in the little car at the circus, A little scary. This is dangerous here. Oh, I have a crazy Ivan. Too thick right here for me to get on this V reversal. And this is by all definition a diddle in the middle, so don't think I'm going there either. I think I may turn this over to the music and go see what I hear Mom doing stuff out in the kitchen there that sounds kind of like snacks are being prepared, so I might have to wander off and forage for food a bit here. Thanks for stopping in. I see the views going up. Hit the like and subscribe if you can. Likes for sure. That I get nothing out of this stream except the likes and the subs. But and it is my virtual trading journal, so that's the point of it originally. Drop something in the chat. So hello, piss up a rope, whatever. I see a lot of views coming around now, and I'm always curious what that means or how that means something. Richard and Antonio and I are primarily the three that communicate with one another, but you're certainly welcome to speak your mind. It'd be nice to get an active community. Oh, the crazy Ivan. I don't know what to think about those. And this is still the diddle in the middle, so I'm not going there. There's no question about the fact that this is a rotational day. And it's about 25 handles wide. So. Got an iceberg trailing out over there, wanting to sell something. Some stops, an iceberg. This one closed or canceled out, this iceberg down here. Oh boy. So welcome one and all. It's so weird. I don't know how to do this. I'm obviously not a YouTube wizard influencer or anything. I put this thing all together as my virtual trading journal, like I explain in the pre-market, which is every morning at 8 o'clock. And I haven't got a regular scheduled days yet when I do a shorter stream in the ETH session. But that will be upcoming. But every morning at 8 o'clock, I start the pre-market, and then through until 1500. All times here are Central Standard Time. And I use military time in case you couldn't figure that out, because it's just easier for me. Not that it's military, but 24-hour time. I don't know. I mean, military's got much to do with it anymore, but, better for me. Uh-oh. Yeah, here we go. There we go. That explains it. Yep. 1134 right there. Boom. I could go higher with tariffs, so there's a good idea. So he's putting 60 and 70% tariffs on some countries. I'm not really sure. I think he just spent too many years in the mafia period of New York and thinks this crap's going to work internationally. I really don't know. You know, what I fear as a citizen here, and, you know, I've lived out of this country the majority of my adult life, so maybe that's why I have a little different perspective. But back about 3 years now, because we finally got visas for my wife and daughter to come over here and try to finish her schooling and stuff. Anyway, the point is that the largest holder and supporter of American debt, in other words, this huge deficit that we have, which was just increased by 4 point something trillion dollars by the new GOP bill, which just passed this past weekend. The people that, in order for us to have that debt, we have to sell those bonds. And the people that buy them, the largest holder of American bonds, are the Japanese, followed by the Chinese. Now, personally, I've never walked into the bank where I had a mortgage on a house and taken a piss on the banker's desk, you know, but my guess is you're not going to get very far doing that. And that's kind of what it seems like we're doing. Why all of a sudden he is picked on or decided that this is going to be a big strategy, I really don't understand. And I'm fairly competent with understanding, you know, financial theory. So firstly, the most bizarre part is that they refuse to acknowledge and recognize that tariffs are a tax paid by the importing country. That would be America. Nothing is paid by any foreign government. The tax is charged and collected at the port of import, port of arrival, disembarkation, however you want to phrase it. In other words, here. So I think the thinking is flawed at a base level, and I'm not sure why or what's the deal. But anyway, there you go. Well, anyway, that's pretty interesting. Well, so and now Trump wants Congress to investigate Jerome Powell. Oh boy. Okay, Richard, I'm going to I've been trying to come up with some background music for this thing, but I'm worried about the copyright strikes, and the ones I've got endemic and some epidemic and some others, and I want to make sure I've got it straightened out before even though they say copyright free and all this kind of crap, once before I tried that, and I did what YouTube recommends, which is I did a stream on a weekend with the music playing, and then you keep it private, and their algorithm does some crap, goes through it and makes sure that it processes every stream, and part of that process is to determine if it's has a copyright or would have a copyright strike or not. I don't know any other way to do it. YouTube makes everything so kind of mystical and clandestine, It's just like if they would just say what the hell you need to do, that would be really nice. But for some reason, that's not the case. I'm going to probably do that, work on it again this weekend, because I think it would be nice. Now, the music that I have on Be Right Back, starting soon and all that, I got from YouTube Studio Effects or whatever the hell it's called. But the problem with those there's no playlist, and you've got to go through each and every song like 2 minutes long and put together a playlist of what you want to have in the background of your stream, and in my case, these long streams, maybe that's what everybody does, but I think that there are places where you can get like a focus and study playlist. That's some jazz or some, I don't know what they call it, lo-fi, something or another. It's kind of the little more upbeat. And that's what I was looking for. Just something that's kind of even pleasant for me to listen to. But we'll see what we will see. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, and I think that's exactly what we're doing. Actually, that's not really an original thought. Hillary Clinton said something similar when she was Secretary of State, I guess, and somebody had brought up some similar idea, and she said, "I'm not sure that it's a good idea to go pick a fight with your banker," or something, obviously a lot more politically correct than mine. But yeah, who does that stuff? You walk into somebody's store and you go, "Hey, you're an asshole. How do you suppose they're going to treat you?" It's crazy. I really don't get it. And it's not like Trump was a New York bad guy, a wise guy, He's a little rich kid from wherever he grew up there, and I guess maybe he wants to be a tough guy from there. I don't know. I don't really know much about it at all. I know he's gone bankrupt 11 or 12 times, including a casino. Imagine that. One thing for sure, he is a salesman or a persuasive person, because he certainly has cajiggled himself into a great setup. Now the two boys have a crypto mining and crypto exchange where they're getting $1 or $2 off of every trade, and so far it's like $400 million. Some staggering thing like that. It's just really, yeah. I guess you can't argue with the result, but the method is, in my opinion, not a good one. Oh, is it? Okay, well, there you go. I didn't know that part. I never bothered far enough to look into that. I know he's German. Immigrants that came illegal immigrants, or in those days, nobody was called that, but the Chancellor of Germany, when he came to meet with him last week or something, brought his grandfather's birth certificate and presented it to him in the White House, saying, "Well, it's nice to have someone with German background and a good German name, a good immigrant with a good German name," or something like that. The Chancellor of Germany really shut him up. And I didn't realize Trump was a German name, to be honest with you. I can safely say until he got elected the first time, I never thought about that guy more than a minute. Other than back in the days when The Apprentice was a big thing, he was like the laughing stock. It was kind of like a reality TV comedy kind of a deal that I remember. And Trump University and Trump Steaks and Trump Whiskey and Trump, all of that stuff. Trump Airline, all of which have gone tits up. Well. There's another outside in. So I'm busy talking and not trading some more, so I'll shut up here and see what I can do. I'm not going to do anything at this moment. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go find something to stuff in my face. Put on a little Be Right Back walking bass for you guys, and I'll see you after a bit. And there's the book map. Yeah, chat amongst yourself. Take it away, Richard. Teach these guys how to trade. And then when you're then I'll be able to read it and know how to do it myself. Yeah, it's like, kind of reminds me of, sometimes I think that about myself. Do as I say, not as I do, right? I'm standing here all morning talking about the IB failure and why it's the preferred trade and my vetted setup for the day and all that kind of stuff and the context. And then it comes and goes and I'm standing here like a bird on a wire. Ridiculous. All right, I'm going to go see what kind of trouble I can get into here, and I'll be back in a flash. Huh, well. Yeah, take care, Richard. This is I'm hoping that the internet holds up here. We're having one hell of a thunderstorm come through here. All right, so we're having a real weird day here. I missed the opportunity of the century here, which was the IB failure. And I will undoubtedly not do anything. I can't imagine any kind of a... Excuse me. I can't imagine any kind of a reason I'm going to want to get excited here now. See what's going on in the news world. There's been a lot of oh god, now he's putting a 40%. Now he's putting a 40% or 50% tariff on copper. Oh my God. Yeah, this is what I expected was going to happen this afternoon. Well, this is where you, sit on your hands. I wish there was a way to see the time on these chats. I'm surprised that there's not. Yeah, there's more. There we go. Yeah, too many craziness. Too much craziness here now with the tariff guy. Yeah, anytime you see this kind of stuff, you know that it's probably a good time not to be involved. And if you're passing through the chat, drop something down or through the room, drop something in the chat. Always, I'm only in this for the likes and the subs. Not monetized in any way here. This is my virtual journal. So, and I do this every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. That's for the pre-market, open, and the entire day. So. I'm not going to do things. My structured trade for the VPOC or the IB failure. Very, very disappointed that I missed this one. You can see the day here. Now, if you're a mean reversion trader or just a short, time frame, mean reversion, outside in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times or something. This the problem now is the random news stuff that I was worried about from early on, which I mentioned in the chat a bunch of different times. Oh, so we're approaching the power hour here for too long. Before too long. What else is happening here? Let's see. And this is going to this whole tariff thing is going to go on and probably continue to ramp up into the night. So use extreme caution if you're getting involved in this market. Not that it's particularly a volatile market, but it's a tight range and random inputs. What is the entire range here? 89, 60. That's what, 25 handles wide or something? power hour here, and I don't think this is going to turn into much of a day, in my opinion. A really good day to have found something else to do with your time or sit on your hands. I guess I dodged a bullet with a thunderstorm here. Looks like it's gone away and we're not going to lose power. Well, this day is really missing that opportunity was at the the IB failure was pretty much it, I guess. And any of these other mean reversion trades are fair down here, you know. But that was, I'm trying to stick strictly with structured trades, and I have the IB continuation and failure both vetted. Also, to a certain extent, the VPOC migration, but this is just ridiculous right here. So, yeah. Great day to be doing something else. And that's, you know, remember there's 3 positions in trading: long, short, and flat. And your primary objective as a trader is to protect your account and be able to trade tomorrow. You know, risk management is the key. And if there's if it's a random hostile or, you know, they're making a big batch of retail soup, you know, then it's absolutely no shame, no harm, and the correct decision to not trade. Going to be an inside day, very short volume inside day from the looks of it, unless all hell breaks loose here in this last hour. All right, and we've turned the corner. Final curve for the top of the hour, power hour. The market on close orders will be at 1450. They'll be released, at least the first batch of them. Yeah, this is a real nothing day here, I'll tell you. A real nothing a day.